You know that. You've vetted. You have. Okay. Oh, there we go. And good morning. I'm standing here all fat, dumb, and happy and wondering whether it's going to start. So yeah, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual live trading journal. Seems to be an issue with OBS. I guess the chat's working on the regular stream. I'm assuming. Let's see what happens here. So this is my virtual trading journal, and the idea here is that everything I see on my screens is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment, and that's how I get it into the recording. The purpose of the stream being so long, from 8 o'clock every morning until 1500 every afternoon, trading day, is that I have a commitment to take no trades off of the stream ever. So it provides full accountability and transparency. It looks like the only thing that's not working right is the chat on OBS. So that's okay. Never mind. I'll forget about it and we'll move on. I am not licensed to provide financial or trade advice, and I don't intend to do so. But this is my live trading futures account with AMP Futures, funded by me. When I put a trade on over here, it's in the live market. When I am backtesting in Investor RT, like here, for example, this or these forward testing things here, which I was just looking at before the open from yesterday, this all happens in the simulated environment within IRT, because I'm not really confident enough in my coding skills to take the next step to have IRT follow these rules and trade algorithmically. And these rules are created by me. So I want to be real clear about that. And everything seems to be okay. All right, so what have we got going on here so far? Let's look at the numbers out today, which is a pretty big deal, I think, typically. We've got GDP and initial jobless claims and PCE all out at 7:30 this morning, so all behind us. However, in a minute we'll get to financial juice, which picks up random stuff scheduled for the day, and there's a cabinet meeting today at about 1500, I believe. So let's look at this. This is investing.com, which is my original news source. It's free, as is Financial Juice. Of course, you can pay them if you want to, and I'm sure they'd be happy about that, but you don't have to. You can filter it for wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you're interested in. You can see what's on the docket for tomorrow, next week, etc., earnings, whatever else is going on. And notice that if you hover over any of these event titles, it turns to a URL. So if you don't know what initial jobless claims in the U.S. is all about, you can click that button and go find out whatever you need to know about it, recent releases, etc. The investing.com only addresses normal economic calendar events. PCE, GDP, non-farm payroll, initial jobless, building, housing starts, that kind of stuff. Financial Juice has a similar docket over here. But notice they're picking up Trump cabinet meeting at 1500. These kind of things, which are not typical events, economic events that would impact the market or our auction, but which we have recognized recently very definitely can impact the auction. So I'm very, very grateful that, and the reason why I have Financial Juice open now is exactly for that reason. In today's environment, as traders, we are actually risk managers. Our primary goal is to preserve our account and to grow it, obviously. And the only way to do that is manage the risk. Well, how are you going to manage your risk if you don't know what risks are coming? The first step of any project manager is to identify risk and have a risk mitigation plan. If you don't know about a risk, it can come out of no place and blindside you. So that's why these things are real important. It's not a political statement or anything. It's the truth. If you have been alive and watching the markets for the last year, you know that very many times something Trump says or tweets or someone else, Besant or somebody like that, can have a huge impact on our auction. And if you're not ready for it, it can be a real unpleasant experience. So that's why I bring it up. On the right side over here is what the hell is that? I don't know what this means right here. But, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. This is a Truth Social tweet here. I don't know what this means. But there we are, I think I was on the wrong screen, perhaps. This is what I'm talking about with Financial Juice. And here's an example of that. And I just quickly go over it. I'm not sure if I had the correct screen up here for investing.com or not. And now how the URL appears for the event titles. Anyway, sorry about that. I'm busy thinking about why the chat didn't work this morning or what's going on with that. I hope everything's okay. What to do. So there we have it. Now let's get on to something more palatable, shall we say. The pre-market. Well, here's yesterday's RTH session. Balanced. Here's the overnight session. Didn't go anyplace. What are they waiting for? Here we have yesterday's RTH session. Today's overnight. This is, by the way, Investor RT. It is my basic charting package or my primary charting package. First thing let me point out is that the header of each of the IRT charts has besides the name of the chart, which is meaningless to anybody, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always know immediately from looking at the screen what you're looking at. Also, I try to keep a watermark back here, but sometimes that's distracting. So this is a Renko chart of the MES. This is a Renko of the MNQ, and this is a high time frame, what I call micro composite of the MES. This is the market profile for just the ES. I don't switch it back and forth. I also plot the same configuration or tab set up here for the minis. But I'm trading the micro, so let's stick there. Now, let's start at the high time frame, which is always what we should do. We got about a 2.27% negative change here across the board. And very, very light volume. Let me show you that real quick. 58% volume average for this time of day compared to looking back over 20 days, and 1.5 points ATR on a 1 minute bar. Megalight. Why? Why? I ask you. I don't know for sure. I guess the market is in the whoa, what's going to happen next mode. That's what I think. And here is the market here is the higher time frame micro composite again. MES, daily, candlesticks, RTH session. So every one of these is a one RTH trading session, one day. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates a micro composite VPOC, high and low market volume nodes, which are these red and green lines, and they push automatically to Bookmap. And then, here we are up here in Plutoville. Good potential that this could be an island top. Who knows? And then here you see what happened yesterday on that, essentially that 20-day ceasefire, and here's overnight. The session prices here also push automatically to Bookmap. What do I think is going to happen? Well, we're about more or less 100% short inventory overnight. There's been some correction here. My guess typically would be if we were more directionally short, I would be looking for responsive buying to take profit. But I'm thinking unless there's some news catalyst, that we're probably going to just have an open auction, and it's going to be blender sports like pretty much yesterday after they got it up there, and then it just, big spike up and then just traded them out. This is Bookmap, okay? First of all, I put this blue vertical line on the first print of every session. I call it Blue Boy, euphemistically. Here's the first print of the RTH yesterday. Here's the ETH. You can go back as many days as you want, and they're all there. What that does is nothing more than a visual cue for me. When I look left and I spot this line right over here, Blue Boy, and I have the live data column here, I know that I have the entire overnight session in view. That's important to me. Okay, moving columns from right to left. This is the dome or the price ladder. This is resting liquidity. These are not trades. These are limit orders. Resting liquidity in the book. This is the micro composite column where I've entered these values, myself. And the high and low volume nodes are in here, but they're so far below us we can't see them at the moment because they would be representing these values here of the red and green, which here are red and green lines, but look where we are, so many handles below. So this is the full session volume profile, which started plotting yesterday at 1700, and we'll continue through 1600 today. This is the Globex, not the ETH. Here we have the RTH volume profile in Delta, and this is the statistics column, which is important to me typically. Yesterday we opened higher out of range, big gap up. If you don't know that, you were asleep all day. And these are the session prices, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. If you notice, there's no indicators over here. There is only a few lines, and I try to keep my approach to the markets as simple as possible. Price, volume, probabilities. Pretty much it. So there's a POC for the RTH session and a POC for the full session. Nothing complicated about the POC, the point of control. What the value really represents is it marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in that session. So far we've traded 68.07, 5,214 contracts in the overnight. The absolute nanosecond, or whatever is less than that one of these other levels trades 52.15, this will move there. That's all there is to it. And this is a similar level for the RTH yesterday, and there's where it stuck. Now these are pushed from IRT, and you notice a little bit of a discrepancy here. That is, I believe, due to the fact that this column doesn't necessarily reset exactly on the same open as IRT does, because the book map has an issue with that, and it starts calculating this POC based on the volume in this profile. So that's why it could be different. There is a RTH or a Globex and an RTH VWAP, volume weighted average price, and there's a mid for the RTH. Boom, that's it. Then we have the IB low and high, which can sometimes confuse because of the naming. It's an old market profile thing. IB standing for initial balance. Who decided that? I don't know. But these two levels are nothing more complicated than the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. And then the rest of this stuff is just initials, ETH high, RTH close, RTH VPOC, you know what I mean? You can't miss them. So let's now step to the statistics, which is pretty important, as I said. And the first thing I do is determine the statistic open type expected for the day. And there's only two criteria, and it's very simple. If we opened right here, right now, where price is trading, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Boop. Previous RTH close. It's lower, is it not? Okay. How would that compare to the previous RTH range? Well, the low is way down here and the high is way up above us, so it's within range. So the first thing I'm going to do is change the column title here to lower in range, because that's what it is. And the reason I changed that column title is purely selfish. When I look at a screen snap or the stream and I see that column title, I immediately know everything that it represents in terms that we just went through for determining the open type and the range and everything else. Next thing we need to do here is clear the notes, which are the, let me try to show you something. Show you this here. Here's some of the statistics from yesterday, right? So we're going to clear those because we're going to get new statistics for today. Isn't it cute? All right, let's get back up here. And there's the previous high we just lost the previous RTH high, by the way. And the statistics come from a real simple, where am I here for time? Okay. They come from this study in IRT. Now, this was yesterday. IRT will, graciously highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. Won't do us much good now. We want the statistics before the fact. We've determined that it's going to be lower in range. So the way this works is, as everything I do, very simple. The system looks back at the most recent 1,713 trading days. Of these days, price opened lower in range, 503 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight mid, 82.7. Watch this. Overnight mid, 82.7. Okay, drum roll, please. Boom. Oh. I didn't get it lined up right. There you go. That's as tough as this is right here. And I'm just going to go down the list. The next one is the overnight POC at 81.3. And that's right somewhere. It's buried right under here. Okay. Well, we'll do it anyway. 81.03. Wait, is it 81 point? Can't be 03. It's got to be just 3. And I'm not doing very good here. My fingers aren't listening to me. Okay, there we go. 81.3. And now, one of the things I want to do right away here is the initial balance low, so that you can see how I do that. And that is 61.2. Okay. 61.2 IB low. Okay. And the reason for the initials, remember the definition. The minute we open, this is going to go below wherever price is. Currently, it might be pretty close, but you see the point. Previous POC is another one I want to get, which is 68.2. Now I'm going to put that right here, and I'm going to put 68.2 PPOC. I also have it flagged over here. All right, I got to do something now that I do every morning at about 8:20. And that's a thing called the TLab snap. And I hope this is working, the stream, or I'm going to be thoroughly pissed. This is why I stream, because I don't multitask worth a damn, as I pointed out. So just let me get finished with this, and then I'll get on to what we're doing here. Stand by one. Okay, now the TLab snap is this. Every day at 8:20, I post this in a place called the Traders Lab, which is a Bookmap Discord chat room, started by a guy named Tom B. and continues to be run by him. And it's a place I spent a lot of time until I started the stream, because, and at not suggestion from Tom directly to me, but to the group, focus on your market, narrate your market that you're watching, and that's what you need to do to develop as a trader, not be in some traveling around the internet yucking it up and wherever. So that's what I do. But I do appreciate the fact that that room is there, and that he has good, I think, at least resonates with me, risk management ideas. He's been trading since 1980, was professional early on as a money manager and stuff. Now, it is important to say that it's called the TLab. It's a Bookmap Discord chat room, so it's obviously sponsored by Bookmap, but you're not solicited for anything. Also, it's not a trade calling room, and there's no it's not a trade calling room, right? So he doesn't call trades or trade live in the Discord. So there you go. And but other, every day I post that early in the morning at about 6-ish. I post the reports for the day, and then every day at about 8:20 I post that particular snap, which is this one, for anybody that doesn't have all the potential numbers that I do here on this charting. Just kind of tip my hat and say thanks. So there you are. I don't recommend any of the other bookmap websites or Discord sites because I haven't been there. So what can I do? Now, back to normal here. Let's get back to the business at hand. I suppose the next major thing to do is be able to trade. That's probably pretty important now. And the way to do that is first thing you have to do to trade with bookmap is activate the trade control panel with this button and select a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. If you choose the chart column, the only place you can trade with a mouse is the active data column here. The dome or the dome columns in both is, yep, you got it. Next thing I need to do is first, I recommend if you're using the statistics, be sure it's pushing statistics to the right place, journal you want them to go. Next, I select multi-brackets, and this is where I implement the risk management methodology with my trading. The smallest risk-neutral package you can use is a two-lot, because it needs to be an even number. Hey, Antonio, bon dia to the bang. So are we going to blow up the world or not? Who knows, huh? It's Taco Tuesday, they called it, so let's see what happens. Anyway, back to the stream here. So let me point out that now is not the time to be determining what your stop loss ought to be for your risk neutral package. It should have been done long ago before the market's going to open. You need to take into consideration, in my opinion, the first major consideration is your account risk tolerance. What's the volatility for the instrument you're trading, for the market in general? If you're trading a prop deal, they've got to have a daily loss limit. Some of them have this crazy thing where you're trailing stops based on unearned income or revenue or some really crazy thing like that. But anyway, there you go. So let's assume that you have decided this properly. 2-lot, 12 ticks. The first risk neutral scale is automatic, or the first take profit target. It's for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner, however many you want. How this works as a risk neutral is as follows. The minute you achieve T1, the worst that can possibly happen to the trade is a scratch, because you've already paid the way right here. Unless you're a complete donut and you move your stop away from entry, then you've got other issues to deal with besides how to set up a trade. Another pretty handy thing that's available down here, let's get rid of those price lines right now, is Execution Pro. And it's got several things you can do, many of which I have no idea because I've never looked. But you can break even, which in this case would if I tick that little button, upon T1, it would immediately trail the stop to break even plus a tick for commission. You don't have to do that. I'm not going to do that now. And then there's other things it can do. So we'll close that, assuming that this is what we want. I want to point out that all of the trade parameters are available at the top of my screen here, as they would be here. And you can adjust, you can turn these off or on. They don't have to be there. Here's the package size. We're going to open in a minute, so I got to get talking here. There's the package size. I don't need the risk neutral, the trade control panel tools anymore, so I can click this button. It stays green because we selected a way to trade with our mouse. I get cancel and close, and Bob's your uncle. Here we go. Now, we're going to open in about 30 seconds, so let's hold our breath and see if this freaking volume profile column's reset. There is a new production version out, 7.7 something or another in Bookmap, but I've confirmed with a couple of guys in Static that many of the tools that I particularly like the break-even line and the trade graphing tools, don't work yet. So I'm not going to update. And there's the, why is that doing that? Well, there we go. Let's see if we get, now it won't reset. God damn, this is so frustrating. I'm telling you. You know, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to say. You don't know the stuff I've gone through to get, and this worked like $1 million until some update or another. And it is choking on data right over here, but that shouldn't be affecting the reset. There we go. The reason I don't like that is now the volume is off, so the lines will be a little bit out of alignment, right? Because it's calculating based on wherever this volume profile reset. So that just chaps my ass. Anyway, let's, never mind. Now I'm going to reset the IRT to daily session or RTH session and not just the not full session. Jeez, I can't even think. That just makes me so freaking irritated. What pisses me off, sorry for ranting and raving here, but what makes me so irritated about that is for years it worked like $1 million. I didn't change anything. The same computer, the same everything else. I don't know. Bookmap couldn't figure it out. With all kinds of, system logs and blah, blah, blah. Their recommendation was, well, if you can remember a version that it worked, why don't you roll back to that? Well, that's not exactly the tech support I was thinking about when I logged into you guys. Oh, well. Today I'm, as you see all those test things about the chat up there, Antonio, for some reason OBS says chat disabled on the live stream, but it apparently is not. So that's all I care about. I don't, look at it at OBS as far as saving it or a record. It's the stream. So there we are. And what are we doing? Well, here's our open. We're flapping all over the place here. There's the low and there's the high. You see what overnight was like in a real tight range. Well, I wouldn't know about tight range, 30 handles, but okay. And I don't know. I would suggest be extremely careful. As always, remember that your first and foremost mission as a trader is to preserve your account. Isn't that basic? I mean, you can have the most fantastic strategy, back test, mentorship, whatever you want to have in your life. And if you blow your account up, and can't trade tomorrow, what the hell good does any of that do you? Zero. So, and I'm sure that I lean on that philosophy to undertrade or be perhaps way too cautious in my personal trading here in the stream. But, it's, that is a reality. And to find a happy balance for that is the key, I think, here. It looks so strange for me to look over, to my left monitor on my other stand-up desk and see that big black hole where the chat typically is. So it's weird. Well, we've taken out or we have revisited the POC from yesterday. Either way you want to look at it, either this one here or up here where it used to be because of the volume profile difference. So what I typically do when a value has been revisited and is no longer a, line in the sand or a reference, I change the text color to black so I know it's been tagged if I happen to be just looking at the micro composite column. I think I got through all the pre-market stuff. Okie dokie. We have no news out. Went through that pre-market. There was 3 or 4 3-star events out this morning that were all at 7:30. GDP, PCI, and initial jobless, I believe. And by the way, these volume bars down here at the bottom, which I don't talk about very often, are delta, in case anybody cares. I tried to get my heat map to do more of what I wanted. I think I may have gotten close here. And let's see what's going on with this opening range thing over here. Now, where the hell did that go? Where are we? There we go. So the way this thing is working is this is the opening range trade I'm vetting. This is one of them. First of all, these are the London or the Asia high and low. London high and low. And I need to change this back. I've got this all screwed up already. I was messing with this early this morning. Sorry. There we go. Get this so we can see it here. Come on. Get down here. So anyway, and the red is London. Wherever we are, New York. These are the opening range, and it's a 30, you can see that up here. It's a 5-minute opening range. This is the maximum range tolerable. It won't enter a trade if it's more than 40 points, which is higher than balls on a giraffe, I might point out. So far, the actual opening range, which is set, is 7 3/4 points. So that's one of the smallest opening ranges we've had in a mighty long time. I mean, we've been looking at, 50, 60 points here. And I'm going to have to do the usual drama with this piece of crap, and that's reset it. Oh, no, it's got no lags going on. That's pretty incredible. So here we are. There is no signal yet. Looks like we're getting ready to try one. And the way this thing works is real easy. It has it'll put a signal, which is where when a bar opens inside the range and closes outside. That's the breakout bar. Pretty creative, huh? And then the trigger is a bar that opens outside, or a candle, sorry, opens outside of the range, either way, explores into the range or wicks down into the range and then closes back out of it again. And I've added a criteria last night that I want that to be, I want the open, if it's out the top, I want the open to be lower than the close on that second trigger bar, and it'll flash a signal up here. They're supposed to. Now let me make sure that I've got the damn thing pushed to the chart here and all that stuff. I probably haven't. Yes, I have. Well, there we go. Okay. So there we are. Why didn't I see that? Why don't I see that? Okay. And again, this is being forward tested on the live data from AMP via Rhythmic or on Rhythmic via AMP, however you want to look at it, in the IRT simulated environment. Typically, what I would do is if I saw a trade, I would replicate it over on Bookmap. Don't have any signals yet. Let's jump over here quickly. Now, obviously, it's a lot more confusing over here with the last price being plotted. How the hell are you going to tell where something broke out of somewhere else, right? What I do frequently, especially if I'm doing this is kind of embarrassing, but if I'm doing a replay and I'm testing this stuff out, I put candlesticks on this damn thing so I can see what's happening. That last price is about handy as, 2 left feet. This is a 1 minute, well, let's make sure it's a 2 minute chart here. Oh, wait a minute, what am I doing? Candlesticks. 2 minute, let's go to 2 minutes. There we go. Okay, so these are 2 minute candlesticks. And if you want to be technical about it, this is the IB high so far, and this is the IB low. And we could actually draw horizontal lines on them, right? There's the high. Essentially, it ought to be the IB high. You see the difference between the IB and there? Because of the volume profile. Excuse me, when the volume profile started. And here, I guess, is the IB low. So now I could actually decide, and there is likely to be a breakout trigger. And you see, I'm not lying over here. There we go. There is a breakout trigger on a 2 minute right there. Now, if this wicks through and comes back up, that would be the trigger. And let's go over here and see. The problem is, you see the problem? This does not have a breakout. So what the hell is the difference? What's going on? Jesus. Football. This is the kind of stuff that frustrates me. A lot, in case you didn't figure that out. I mean, here's the candlesticks, 2 minute candlesticks. Here's the IB, or the initial breakout high. Here we have the initial breakout high, 2 minute candlesticks right over here. And look at the difference. How is that possible? Because of the way Bookmap draws them and the start of the session. If you want to be real precise about it, now this would be the breakout candle as being indicated by Bookmap. Really a pisser. Oh, I know one problem. No, I don't know one problem. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And there's a trigger on the, now that we have a trigger on the system over here. If this closes positively, because it's going the right direction, it wicked in, closing the right direction, should go that way. Okay, but how could I possibly take that trade over here? Nothing has done that yet. This didn't really go through the IB high or the opening range high. This one didn't really go through it either, just by a blink. And we still don't have a dip down. Now there's a trigger on the IRT side of life. There's the breakout. There's the trigger, classically defined. There's T1. There's the stop. It is in a trade. There's the go live deal. Yeah. Wow, that's really frustrating. No signal yet in Bookmap. Huh. Am I doing something stupid here? Let me just check. 2-minute chart. Okay. 5-minute opening range. Okay. What a bitch. I don't know. This is the part that makes it so, I don't know which way to lean, you know. I don't know what to lean on as far as back testing and vetting and all those kinds of things. So here if you want to squint and say that this opened inside range and closed outside, but that's not really I think it should be more of a definite bar, you know. In other words, the body should be at least 80% of the overall bar. However, this would be, assuming that this closes, and it just did, this would be the go long right here. Because it is an uptrending bar or an up bar. It did penetrate the thing with a wick, and it opened and closed outside of the opening range. And look at all the volume we got plopped up here. Buck, we got a couple of hundred of them sitting up here. I don't know what to do. Whether to take that long and go with it, you know. Hey, Anton. I'm busy arguing with myself over here, and as much as I hate to say it, I think I'm losing the argument. I have another anomaly with this IRT thing that's been driving me crazy since about 5:30 this morning. And I'll talk about it later. Doesn't matter to anybody but me. So here we are. I'm expecting just open auction. You know, we're about 100% short inventory, but we've made up for that already, and I would be looking for just an open auction. Not very creative, but you know, what are you gonna do? Look at there. And there we have that. For those of you who trade in the minis. We were real light volume. Let's have a quick look here. We were real light, 58% volume last night. This morning, 56, gone down. This is based on average volume for the last 20 days right there. So that's, what are they waiting for? You know, the news is all done at 7:30 this morning. Nothing dramatic. I suppose they're waiting for the next shoe to drop with DC, I guess. I don't know. Well, let's see what's happened over here. Anything good or bad or indifferent? No. So this is the stop. This is T1. Now, if and when price takes T1, the stop will trail to entry, which is right there. Because the way this works is as follows. The signals are as follows. This is the first signal or the breakout bar. This is the trigger bar, and the entry is at the close of the trigger bar. So the risk is from here to midpoint in the opening range. That's just how it was lined out by the genius what I'm trying to do, in case you're around or not haven't been around. 2 POI around yesterday's value high, another around the overnight POC. No clear picture yet. We'll wait. Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, super. Thanks. This is the way it's, and of course, at the end of every day, you see some post, 2 great trades today, but there's never any live. There's always a rear view mirror analysis of how great those trades were. I will say one thing about the guy. He trades either the NQ futures or the Qs when he's doing these demonstrations of how the thing worked. I've never, ever seen him do the ES. And so maybe I need to just throw this thing on the NQ over here and see what the hell it's doing with that, which I will do. The problem I had with Bookmap is the only real triggers was here. Instead of as it was in the system, the trigger was way over here or here. So, and I guess I can attribute that to how Bookmap draws the candles, I guess, and the start times. Getting pretty close to that stop. And like everything, like all of these trades, these are breakouts. That's all they are. It's just a momentum breakout. All of this orb stuff. Well, in this kind of an environment, my normal discretionary, point of view about trading would sure as hell not to be taking a directional breakout. We've been rotational for 2 days. So, who knows? And it's not updating. There we go. Well, it took the stop. Okay. So there's the stop. Substantially right there. Now that would have been a 7. Risk is 8 points. So there you go. And when I backtest this over 500 days or whatever, it's not a pretty picture. Moving on. Opening range trades. Everybody knows what this is about. Nothing new here. Nothing to see here. Let's see here. Do we have a lag? I can't believe no lags. That's because the volume is 58%. I guess that ought to be obvious. And I'm going to step away and try to see if I can sneak a glass of tea out of my sweet little wife out there. All right. This looks kind of obnoxious, this goddamn thing here. This heat map thing is getting kind of out of control. I thought I had that figured out to do what I wanted it to do, but that's apparently with the overnight is a little bit different than the I was playing with this yesterday trying to figure it out. Get it. I don't know how the hell those guys have it. Actually, I know I've said that a million times. That's a little more. Well, there we go. All right, so I don't know what the hell is going on with that stupid thing. Get back to life is back to the normal view, I guess. There we go. How about that one? Just do that. Just have this thing flying around over here and just guess. I think I can do about as good as I do normally with all these other things going on. Okay. An interesting bar trade yesterday, by the way, which I didn't get into the map yet, into the, whatever you call it, the book, the collection, or whatever else, with the Renko chart. Ah, damn it. Here. Breakout. But see, it goes breakout both directions. So I don't know where he's looking to go, but I noticed this on a breakout. I thought it was interesting. Based on the developing POC. I didn't put it in the thing yet. The collection of the archive. Yeah. Where am I? Let's get it to $1 because I get all confused when it gets all goofy like that. All right, there's a buck. So it's $1 high and blue boy wide. Okay. We know we have the entire session in view for context purposes. Now I'll put it on the right freaking screen. Sorry about that. Around yesterday's developing value area high and the ETH POC. All right. So ETH POC is right there. And yesterday's value area high right up there. Okay. Thanks a lot. Get rid of these. Opening range thing. Hey, Panda. I can't imagine what you've got up your sleeve. Yeah. Want to say hi to Antonio and Anton? No? Cat got your tongue? No one attended? Huh? You don't want to say good morning? No? Okay. The hell with you then. Get over there and sit on my leather gloves. He must have pissed her off, Antonio. She didn't. She mum's the word this morning. Well, look at this, huh? I guess my advice would have to be, and this is, I was getting ready to say we're in a real tight range. Be careful. It's essentially 10 handles. That's pretty tight. Well, I guess the cat's got her tongue. She's now busy laying on my side of my desk, getting all excited over a pair of old leather work gloves that she seems to think are really cool. Yeah. So here we are. The IB30 is down and dusted. That's one of the things I'm going to code up and test out just out of curiosity. And that is something Rod came up with, which is we all know that the initial balance statistic is based on the first 1 hour. That's the definition of these levels, right? The high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. And there's an old statistic from market profile days that's been around since Christ was a carpenter about those two levels. Well, Rod did some statistics and determined that the high of the first 30 minutes, which would be somewhere right here, right? Or the low. No, now we're going to show me. Yeah? That was a shut up and give me some snacks. Anyway, Rod came up with the high of the first 30 minutes, which is here, and low here, have about a 94% probability of being exceeded in the second 30 minutes, which is going to happen, I would guess, momentarily. However, what's the follow through? Does it make any money? That's the kind of stuff that I haven't figured out, nor do I know. So there's the tag of it. There's the equal, but not pushed out yet. According to my chart over here, we're spinning about a 5/8 ATR on a 1 minute, on a 2, what is this one here? 30 seconds. Okay. I forgot what's doing who here. Or who's doing who or something like that. Well, the way it works is this. Yes, in other words, the short answer is yes. First of all, this chart is full session, and these lines are, this is the high and low high and low of London. Off to the left is Asia, and the red is now current, New York or Chicago. And I can change it around, however, but at the moment it is a 5-minute opening range. So it ticks up to 5 minutes, and then this is the opening range. Can be whatever, but it isn't very successful. Sometimes it looks really great, but, and I've even added an extra criteria that other guy doesn't. And that is that this trigger would not be recognized as a trigger, even though it opened outside the range, it wicked back into the range, and it closed outside the range. It would not be a trigger if it, this is the case of the high, right? Of the OB high. In other words, price is going this way. It wouldn't be a trigger if it were had opened up here and closed down here, because I noticed that, like this, for example, if it had been this bar, which wicks in, but it closed lower, this would not have been a trigger, and that would have been a good thing. So that's something I thought might help, but didn't change the back test much. And I changed all different kinds of ones. I started out with 1 minute, over on Top Step, Hogan, I don't know what his name is, some other guy. They do a opening range trade every day on that Top Step TV thing. And it's a 1 minute opening range, the first candle. And if it breaks out to the upside, when the opening range starts, or when the first candle starts spotting, first 1 minute, they put a buy above and a sell below. Whichever one hits, the other one becomes a stop. Well, if you give that a second and think about that, depending on the size of the range, you could have a hell of a big thing, and your risk is across the entire range. I have got that coded as well. If you want to look at all the different, these are all the various things that can happen as far as how T1, T2, and the stop are set based on percentage of range, or in the case of like Hogan, those guys do, if it's based on, and I can even regulate the amount of ticks above and below the opening range, higher or low, the stop and the entry would be. So I've tried to do this as systematically and, somewhat with some methodology to see what's going on. And I'm a son of a bitch if I can come up with anything that really works. And I've got to do something quick. I'm not sustaining us now. And I think I was not showing the right screen. Sorry. This is what I was talking about. And all the various entry and, T1, T2, T3. And also, I have 3 different ways of doing what happens when we get to T1 or not, based on, trailing stuff. These are various ones. This is no trail at all, trails to entry, trails to T1. And for some reason, that's not working right. It works perfectly on the longs. And for some reason, the short stop trailing properly. Out of me. And the rules are identical. It's just a matter of above, a greater than or less than. It's unbelievable. That's probably one of the problems with my systems and my analysis and backtesting is, am I getting consistent results out of the system itself, out of the backtest engine? Why all of a sudden does the stop? Here you go. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. while we're just standing here. So, oh, wait a minute here. Wrong thing. Sorry, that's the breakout trigger. Oops. They're exactly the same. The only difference is greater than, greater than or equal to, and this is less than or equal to. That's the difference. Everything else being equal. And when the long is working and the short, the long is trailing properly and the short's not. It beats the hell out of me. And it did before. Hey, Panda. What? Let's have a snack. Is that it? Is it snack 30 in the kitty cat world? So we approach the initial balance zone. And if you want to be, and I only have this set to trade one trade a day because why bother? Here's another one. There's the breakout. There's a trigger. There's a stop. And I'll bet you money. It'll be interesting to see if I post something the other day. Well, 3 trades, all positive. But I will say it's only NASDAQ or the Qs. So maybe that's what I need to do. I don't know. I'll have to look at that. Getting sick and tired of doing it, I'll tell you that. Okay, but how do you determine that when the range is determined without using time? Because yeah, that's a really good idea, and that's where I started thinking about it, and I think I've even talked about it in here. Well, great idea. The opening swings essentially. But how does one determine that this is the IB high? Okay, there we go. Here's the hard right edge. Now, is it, how about right here? Was that the IB high? It's the same idea. For me, and I'm sure I'm missing something because obviously you guys are making money and I'm not. So I'm not arguing. I'm just asking. But this is where I think. So there's the opening range high so far, and we're still down here at the low. How without basing it on time, or is it just a matter of like a fractal, so that if see if I can say this right. Well, no, that's not right because, well, here would be the fractal at the low. Okay, then it goes up here and that's the fractal of the high. So is this what you would then reference as the initial balance? Do you understand what I hope I'm articulating what I'm asking? If in today's action, we came down first, boom, boom, we trade up here, and then we come back some point. Don't know how far back we're going to come or whether, was this the high? We come back. Is this the high? And we come back. Is this the high? And we come back. How do you determine in real time where the opening swing is. Now, this is obviously the low because it's swaying all the way across the range to the other side. So I'm not arguing about that idea or not having a problem with that. But this one up here, how do we know that the top's been set? Or is this the top? Or is that the top? I don't know. I haven't figured it out. And the story, and now we're going out the bottom like Grant took Richmond, right? There's a breakout. I don't know. I really don't know. I wish I did, because I just need one trader, a couple of trades a week, and I would be, I'd have some breathing room, or I'd feel a lot more relaxed. But a week too. I'm not talking about a day. It's pretty. My needs are pretty simple. Our needs are pretty simple compared to just to supplement what I've got coming in elsewhere. But at the moment, it's not. It's not making the grade. So this would have taken 2 stops, absolutely. And now we'll see what happens off the bottom down here. And I'm thinking BS and bus tickets. And here we go again with another one of these perfect Gaussian distributions. So let's see what the IB is. Everybody knows the initial balance trade, but for the sake of the stream and someone who's here that may not, the initial balance here and here is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. In other words, this will keep going down with price. This will keep going up with price until 1 hour, first hour, 9:30 Central Standard Time, at which point they quit. Then there's a statistic associated with that, which is the most probable statistic in each and every day, as far back as you want to look. This goes back to 1,713 trading days. Notice that the initial balance, high or low, is the top statistic in all 4 open types. And I've got to update this manually. Okay, and today it's a 98.2% probability that the IB high or the IB low will be revisited by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. In other words, from 9:30 this morning Central Standard Time until 1600, price will revisit this one or the other of these levels. That's pretty vague, isn't it? Long time and could be one or the other. Flip that on its head, it's a 1.8% probability that neither one of them will be revisited, and that happened Monday. I think it was Monday. And down here we have both. It's a 32.1% probability that both are achieved. And that happened Tuesday. Been a busy week. I'm looking here at what you're typing there, my brother. Hold on. So, yeah, okay. I've tried using fractal indicators and stuff like that, but it's just, you tell it how many bars to look back. And so I don't see how that really works, but okay. Yeah, I'll look at that here in a second. So anyway, back to the initial balance at 9:30 today, we are looking at a 98.2 probability that one of the two of these guys is going to be taken out. And that is the statistic that we refer to as the IB. And it is what is the first rule in the initial balance trade definition or system that I've cooked up over here. So we'll see what happens. I'm trying to figure out, Antonio. Yeah, I'll have to go back through something. I don't know. Well, nothing's time ain't working as far as I'm concerned. And that is the big thing with all these hundreds and thousands or whatever they are, the gurus. The orb trade is without a doubt. You can't scroll down YouTube in a trading environment and not see 15 of them. It's just incredible. And everybody's got a different spin on it, and everybody's got a different everything else. And of course, when you code it all up and try, one or two of them looks like $1 million. But I don't know if I can get back to one quickly that's a big winner or not. It doesn't want to. Oh, there's 132 ticks. There's a pretty good one. Come on. I don't seem like I can do this. I guess it's down here somewhere. Yeah, and here's one that goes to both. Here's one of the shorts that doesn't scale properly. But there you go. There's the breakout. There's the trigger. There's the entry. Doesn't get to the stop. Takes T1. Takes T2. Boop. 130 or 40 ticks. So, yeah, the problem is when you backtest them. Well, here. How much time we got? 24 minutes. Okay, let's just quickly look at the backtest. 500 days. Am I doing the right window? God damn it. Sorry. Here's what I was talking about. This is whatever day the hell this was. Here's this trade backtested 500 days. I'm not going to do the account balance thing, but let's just do this quickly and see what the hell it says. Maybe I'm lying. Boom, there you go. 500 days, you make $130. Now, that's one trade. That should be one trade per day if it's signaled. That's only 230 trades out of 600 days. Why that's 600 days, I'm not sure. Did I put 6 over here? Anyway, you get the point. That doesn't exactly look like a winning philosophy to me. And here's another one. The max adverse excursion daily is $436. And we're talking micros here. If that was minis, that's, $4,300. So I'm not thinking, and this is pretty much straight up his exact story. This Steven guy. No, and good for him. I mean, I'm not, not running anybody down. I'm just saying I can't make it work like they do. So at 9:30, these levels, continuation and pullback zones, will start to appear over here, and they will push across to Bookmap. when I put the price lines back on. Okay, so here's the initial balance, low, high. Pretty quick, there'll be a gizmo around both sides of them there. Not sure whether I like these liquidity lines the way I've got them. This is kind of the way they look on some of those static guys charts, but seems awful freaking busy here to me. Oh, you know something? Yeah, the overnight, the ETH low is, or POC is just right in here though, isn't it? You see my problem here with what I'm doing? This full session is full session. That's not the RTH or the ETH. This is the full session. So, but the session prices spell out the ETH POC, which is at 6807. Right. The ETH POC is right here. Yep. There you go. 81.3% probability. But, yeah, well, I guess not a but about it, but yeah, there we went, right there. And it's the second highest probability of every day on these inside ones. The only one that gets higher on the inside days is the overnight mid. Haven't gotten to the IB low yet. See how they tease them? This is where I put my recommendation to do not trade in anticipation of a statistic, because it's real easy to do. Boy, I know we're going to take out this IB low. That's absolutely what it's going to be. And you get short and then this happens and you're stopped out if you're trading a tight deal. Looks to me like they're going to take it out and run with it, but you never know. Still have a couple of minutes here before, or seconds, I guess, maybe before the, what is it? A minute and 30 seconds before we have a IB low. Yeah, so is mine, 6807, exactly. Right here. It's just this red guy hiding behind there. There you are. It was the statistic I put in before the open this morning, and it is on my IRT charts, just looking at this one, it's right there on the session prices, 6807. Yep. So good. At least we're on the same page there. And here you go. Look at this. You see? Trading in anticipation of the statistic. 30 seconds to go, and this happens. Now, is that a bar? Was this a bar trade? There's a consolidation. Breakout, retest, but what about here? And which way are we going to go? Here and down? Here and up? Jesus. I'm going to go out and mow the lawn, maybe. Maybe that's better. So the initial balance system and trades are now active. It's past 9:30. Do I imagine we're going to take the IB low? Yeah, I do. But Oh, again, huh? They're gonna tease him again. Oh, they're being cruel here. They are being cruel here, huh? Wow. Where's Blue Boy? There he is. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Except here, if you looked at this as a bar, breakout, consolidation, didn't get anywhere, broke out, consolidation, now it's going somewhere. I don't know. Yeah, that's one of the ones that puzzles me about that trade a lot. It's kind of like the VPOC migration trade. I typically, when I think about it, I think that it's going to break in the direction of context. So I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's kind of where my mind goes. And then, of course, in a day like today, when there's no context, that's about useless as tits on a pour. So here we have an initial balance statistic has been achieved on the low side, but that is not a signal in my system because of a little added criteria that I'll explain right now. You see the initial balance was taken here, but the preceding bar was not in the direction of the trade. It was open was lower than the close. Here, the open is about even with, or I guess right on. This doesn't work either because it's not going in the direction of the trade. Now, if this, and that one didn't either. So none of these have qualified as an A signal, which would be right up here, one of these guys. And, you know, if you could get that, if I could, or anyone could get that opening swings, I remember the opening, first hearing somebody talk about opening swings and how that was an important thing. And that was Murad Askar, was FT71 way back when. Well, yeah. And that is essentially if you can determine where those are relatively accurately, you're talking mean reversions. So that'd be great. I mean, if you're in a 10-point range and you're taking 10 points one or two times, that's pretty good. Or could be. Still no signal over here yet. We'll grab some more tea. Now, if this bar breaks through the initial balance low, it will be a signal, supposedly. Oh, did I forget to push it to the damn chart? This ought to be an A. I bet I forgot to send it to the chart. Let's see. I take them off and restart everything. All right. No, it's there. Okay. Never mind. I don't know why there's no A plotted over here. It ought to be there. Go figure. There's the A. I don't, Jesus, you know. I think I'm going to throw all this crap out and go buy it and get a copy of Ninja Trader. Actually, I didn't like that at all. I had Ninja Trader once upon a time back, and I don't remember when. And now we do have a B, which is correct. If it stays here, and that would be that it is just penetrated the pullback zone. It can't go through it, but the high needs to be within it. Okay, so that's an active B. Now, if we come down here to the trigger, that would signal a long or mean reversion, essentially. And on Bookmap, that would look like, there's the B. We come down here for the trigger. That's going to be the mean reversion. The thing that scares me, of course, is that we've got this POC trading down here. And what I should do, if this comes down to the trigger zone, is automatically take the trade. Well, that would have been Jim Dandy if it went right there. I think it was on mute. And what I was saying was, we're pretty much done for news until 1500 when we've got Trump's cabinet meeting on the MAHA, Mega Hat Association. What the hell that mean? I'm pretty sure that's probably not it. Nothing would surprise me, though. So let's get back over here to see what happens. Now I would have to rethink this whole process. Is this a breakout and we haven't had a retest? I don't know. This is definitely a bar consolidation right here. Pretty scary to take a long off the bottom down here right at the IB low, but yeah. gotta stop just standing here not doing anything. And I guess if it's a signal trade, the idea would be to take it. So. Yeah, well, I agree with you, especially in a day like today. What is today? Well, look at the profile. Is pretty well balanced, isn't it? The thing that worries me about a situation like this, it didn't come down and then do the thing I would expect. We get this thing up into the mids and the VWAPs, and then that smells like it wants to look lower to me. I don't know. I'll take the trade down here if it gets to the trigger, unless it goes ripping right through it, and faster than I can click. So is this a bar? Breakout and retest? I was looking here. And maybe that's what we need to do, is maybe we need to meet at the bar and then figure it out. It's kind of hard for me, the old meat on the bone thing, to take a long down here with just 3 points to the first bunch of liquidity. That's a hard one to think about. Let's see what's going on up here. If somebody has some brilliant ideas. Oh, Rod's back. Bill Ackman's bottom is 6,400. That's 200 below us. Yeah, well, he says that's where the bottom at the 8s. And still can't get down there again. All right. See you in a bit. And it never came back for the trigger, and up we go. So there you go. There you have it. having to type this stuff on one of my upper monitors here because the for some reason OBS on this trading thing is not doing the chat story. I don't know. You know, at least it's working. That's all I care about. And I'm assuming the stream is streaming, and I don't see any drop frames and all those things, so everything's good. We work around the little inconveniences. I think I'm gonna do some stuff to these lines. That looks awfully confusing to me. I'm gonna reconfigure them so that I have one setting for just the initial balance stuff. No, none of the other lines. One for just the session price lines. And then maybe one for the opening range or something like that. I actually do have one that just does the opening range, or the IB, not the other one. Not all of them. See if I can figure out which one that is over here. What the hell is going on? Down here. See if I broke something dramatically or if not. We'll see. What should happen is these session price lines ought to disappear and just have the pullback and continuation stuff show up over here. Let's see if I got that right. Yeah, got it right. So now the only lines that are on the chart are the pullback and the continuation levels, which are for the initial balance. Do I have these liquidities plotting out? Well, there's a 200, yeah. And what's over here? There's a $1.650, okay. Yeah, all right, well, that's not so bad. And I realize none of this crap is meaningful. It just makes me feel better. Yeah, no problem. I'm in and out. I'm in and out all day, every day. You know, I just drift off here. I'm standing here, but I'm in and out. And I, you know, wander around the house, go get tea or pet the cat or whatever. And then I do try to do as I usually say somewhere around the end of the day. I try to eat my own dog food whenever I come. I got a pull-up bar in the door. Whenever I go in and out of the door, I stop and crank off, 5 or 10 pull-ups and try to do something to keep in shape. I mean, I'm standing in front of this stupid screens. I started a little before 6 today, and I quit back testing and messing around last night around 22:30. That's a long time. I'm an old guy. So I try to, rest my eyes and get out and walk and do something. It would be such a pleasure to be able to bang out 1 or 2 winners in the first RTH 1 period, for example, and continue the stream with dialogue or whatever else it is, but certainly not be under any pressure. That would be pretty snazzy. And are we going to get a mean reversion back down now? We've come up here through the top. We didn't get to the IB. We've got the square dance going on with a POC. All I'm seeing on Static or anywhere is everybody bitching about the price of gas, and Bill Ackman called the bottom, and look at today, you know. Retail soup. Retail soup. All the boys and girls that cannot resist clicking that mouse are clicking the living shit out of me, trying to do something. And typically what's unfortunate is once then Monkey Boy shows up and they start getting FOMO and revenge trading, and we're gonna make it back, and all of that crap starts kicking in, and the next thing you know, well, hopefully the next thing they know is they're on a prop account and they blew it up, so they can just reset it for $50 or whatever it is and go on, and that it is not their personal account or their money that they're burning up. But that's a real common behavior. Old saying is, if you want to get out of a hole, the first thing you got to do is put down the shovel and stop digging. So that's the problem a lot of people run into. That Monkey Boy thing is really, revenge, FOMO, all of those. That's a huge, powerful thing. Your emotions, and it's actually chemical, adrenaline and that stuff. Drugs, baby. Trading on drugs. So that's the nemesis of a lot of folks, I think. I know, there's no question about it. And I'm certainly not suggesting that paralysis by analysis, which is where I succumb a lot, is any better, except for the fact that it doesn't wipe you out. It can keep you from, pretty soon you got to get out of the game because you're not making any money, but it isn't blowing up the account, for example. What are we going to do now? Is this some sort of a mean reversion going to happen here? Oh, I forgot to put on the standard deviation. Oh, you know what else I forgot to do? Son of a bitch, I'm asleep at the damn wheel here. Let's see if the damn thing did it correctly. I don't think that it could have. And no, it did not. Now, it got lucky because it was close enough here to the where we closed and where we opened that I didn't notice it, but I have been asleep at the wheel with this stupid reset of the ATR or the VWAP every day. That's not good. Busy thinking about that stupid trade thing. Now, when this redraws from the start over here, it should line right up with the with here. Assuming when it gets done fiddling around up here, there we go. And now have a look at the bands. 1 and 2 standard deviations. There we go. Not sure how that would really apply somewhere. Well, I guess it would be probably as, if not more applicable in a rotational day, because that's essentially, you know, where we are. Look at there. Now, mathematically, I guess that's predictable that if we are in a tight rotational day, that 2 standard deviations would be the extreme of the high and the low, because that's all the data there is. So this has got to be pretty close to the middle, and oh, guess what? There's a middle. Well, I hope if you are listening to my voice and you're trading this mess, that you're successful. And what it would take to be successful is to be really good at basic scalping mean reversion stuff, you know, outside in. It looks to me like. Unfortunately, that's not part and parcel of the vetted trade I have, which is the initial balance trade, and or what I've been trying to vet. But this breakout and retest or bar trade that I've been talking about a lot here, and we've been chatting about in the chat is a real popular thing that's been quite successful for some colleagues of ours, and that came from the TLab, or still are, I guess, and Static. But I can't figure out how to code it in order to backtest it, which is what has to happen in order to vet it. Or, you know, I don't know how you would code. This is just an example, a consolidation like this. Beats the hell out of me. I suppose somehow, some way there's a way to do that, but I don't know. My biggest, well, not my biggest problem, but a big problem to this, to where the approach I'm doing now, which is vetting trades and only trading vetted trades, is that my coding skills and perhaps tools are limited. You know, and it takes me donkey's years to get something to where I think is correct. So, ridiculous. My argument to those who say that they, you know, I don't believe in calling trades because I think, you know, teach a man to fish and he can eat for life. Give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Yeah, but if the guy starves to death while he's learning how to fish, not such a good outcome. And it's not the point of my stream here to call trades, but I have no problem at all being completely transparent about trades that are taken on the stream, which are far and few between, unfortunately, lately, but you know, I have no problem with that. Definitely trading live is something I am focused on doing for sure. For that real reason, basically, you know, people can see it. I always have in the back of my mind when some guy starts rolling back on the screen and going, well, see, here we did this, and here it signaled that, and did all this crap. Well, why don't you just show me where you did that? You know, if it's so freaking easy and it was so natural and so obvious, you must have traded it, so why don't you just do a screen snap of that? Very rarely do you see that thing. Very rarely. Now, as I mentioned earlier somewhere, I don't know, it's pre-market or wherever, it was when I was talking about the IB and the statistics. Monday, if I'm not mistaken, was we did not take either the IB high or low. Tuesday, we took them both. Both of those are extremely rare occurrences. Today, we've already achieved the IB stats, so that by the definition of the statistic, not by the definition of my trading stuff. And here goes the IB high from the looks of it. If they take one more push off of here, we're going to get the IB high and we will have taken them both. That's about a 32 point something or another % probability. I'll never forget one of the first webinars I heard about statistics from on statistics was by FT71, or Murad Asghar's his real name, on BigMike trading. If that doesn't date it, nothing will. And he was talking about the initial balance statistic, how if you've taken one, what a great probability you have of taking a short right here, because there's only a 32% probability that we will take them both, which we just did. So And then he did all that. He did a lot, you know, he's done a lot of good things over his career. I think he's maybe, you know, personally, I can't speak to that. But showing people how to export data from IRT and then import it into Excel and calculate statistics for the initial balance and stuff like that long before people were doing it like I do it, or the homework stats were in there that we all lean on. But here we've now taken out both. And looking out the top, got the previous RTH high up there. What's, speaking of stats, what the hell is that? Okay, previous high. Ooh, where'd you go? Previous high. Mid. 41.7% probability. And how about that value area high? That's got to be up there somewhere. 58.3. And I'm not doing this like I'm calling these statistics out. I hope you're very aware that they are the previous statistics. So these values aren't changing, you know? But I want the stream to have accurate stats. Previous close, that's another one I always try to get in there that I forgot this morning. Like a bunch of other stuff I seem to have forgotten. 74.6, yeah, well, that makes sense. Oops. Yeah, I want the record or the stream to be as accurate as possible when I refer back to it or review it, you know. And these values are set in stone. They're not going anywhere. The overnight high is the overnight high. Where the hell is it going? There's no more overnight, yeah? So there's that. And by the way, that's 52% where we just went. Oh, yeah. Another neutral day, huh? Oh boy. I guess I should have been looking for this. This was probably without looking at the IB, let's see if I have an idea what I'm thinking about. So here went our initial balance statistic. We went into the continuation zone. We pulled back to the trigger zone. I didn't go long, and we continue on. Let's see what the system is doing over here. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. Let me get you on the right window here. What's going on? Man, what is going on? Come on. So what I'm saying is, here we went up, and I'm busy not thinking. I'm still kind of amazed when this happens. Back down to a trigger, and up we go. And what has happened over here? Well, there you are. A, the B, didn't plot why those levels, those markers don't work. Don't ask me. The trigger, the trade, little pullback. That's T1. So the first scale us out, and then we'll see what happens up the ladder. So in a sense, I'm my own worst enemy. You know, I'm standing here flapping my lips and not paying attention to trading. You know, so it's trade first, stock later, or something else. There's an old saying, you know, or a moniker or memory thing in aviation. If you're having an emergency or a problem, it's the sequence of events is aviate, navigate, communicate. And a lot of people just start screaming on the radio. You know, the idea is fly the damn thing, figure out where you're going, and then tell somebody about it. Well, that just completely is, I would consider an error on my part, because I just was standing here watching Bookmap and didn't even dawn on me that we were just putting in an IB setup and trade. And pretty much textbook. Oh yeah, that's I guess I'm my own worst enemy. I will say that while I was, talking about the fact that we've taken out both IBs and I was typing up about, another neutral session, I usually expect we're going to mean revert from there, which may be happening now, but that doesn't take away from the fact that I missed a goddamn setup. Dang setup. Sorry there. Right here. Hey, B didn't plot, but there it is. Trigger, entry, T1, didn't quite get to T2 yet. We'll see what happens. The stop will have trailed because that's how I have this set up. So if we get back down to entry, it'll do the usual scratch-a-rooney thing. Which is actually not, but I'm tired of explaining now. I mean, I don't think I need to. Probably. Disappointing. This is where fear of, chasing, revenge stuff can be so dangerous. Yeah, I'm thoroughly pissed that I missed that trade. I stand here for days at a time, and when something sets up lovely like that and would have been a winner, and I'm not on it, oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Kind of like when that cowgirl walks up to you at the dance and says, I hope you wear your spurs, cowboy, because I like to buck. And you go, oh, geez, no, I don't have my spurs. Sorry. Same idea. That's revenge trade. That's FOMO. I've actually heard that firsthand from a gal at the Beacon Club in Castle, Wyoming. Streaking at the Beacon, we used to call it. Might have been the Cowboy Bar in Jackson, but I don't think so. I think I'm pretty sure it was a Beacon. saying I wish I could change the color and the weight of these IB standard deviation lines. Well, I don't know. Revert back to the pre-market and listen to my piece about risk management and this geopolitical situation we're in. Under normal circumstances, as we were discussing earlier in the stream, this would be considered a breakout, retest, likely trade in the direction of the breakout, and at that point in time, let me see something right there. At that point in time, that's the high, right? So you're looking at a mean reversion for sure. I mean, quite understandably, what's the market been doing all morning? And who knows, who knew that Lebanon was going to rear its ugly head again. Good for them, great for the world, hope it works. But if you were trading this and thinking you were going to be mean reverting, it's pretty disappointing. And at this point, I would be hard pressed to buy the dips, right? It would be great, apparently. It continues to go. And here's this 2 standard deviation on the VWAP. But what does that mean? We just ticked out the Globex high so far. Put in a new RTH high. We've got 305 contracts laying up here at the 50. Been there since this thing started. So quite disappointing. And look at it go. Look at it go. Cruise back down under 100, West Texas anyway. Man, they can't get enough. Can't get enough. Long liquidation. Nah, what? That's typically what this B-shaped profile means in market profile-ism. Well, there's not any particular thing I would be able to suggest. I mean, there's no levels up here. What is up here? Nothing. Base, air. So, yeah, here's that giant pop up yesterday. Here we are. So is this the breakout and retest? Breakout and retest. Just the opposite. Breakout, retest. Yeah. Anytime I try to find some sort of a simple thing which would resemble what somebody is doing on YouTube, it turns out to be a giant cluster as far as I'm concerned. I can't get them to work like all of the testing up and down and back and forth I do over here. Not to help much. And this is, you know, how are you going to know that news is coming unless you got a heads up from someone. Four-hour chart. Session prices. I'm not sure that that matters at all to me or makes any sense. I'm just thinking. This is kind of interesting. Look how these VWAPs pinch together and blow apart. This is the 1 and 2 standard, I mean the two standard deviation either side of the, excuse me, the VWAP. I don't know why that didn't plot. I guess it just doesn't. I don't know. Maybe there. Yeah, there you go. I don't know what that means. Somebody said it was a big deal. And these are the kinds of times when, you know, FOMO starts to really kick in. Just throw one on and, you know, there's both targets that fast in that kind of a squeeze. I don't know what they'd be squeezing. This ought to be pretty well wrung out down here, I would think, but, you know. There is from right here there's 12 points. That's T1 and T2. Well, I assure you that if I threw a trade on now, it would just turn around and plummet. That's my feeling, and maybe that's a bad attitude. Maybe that's a problem, or a problem, not the problem, but. Anyway. Anyway. Well, it's not even backing off. When I was talking about how much you'd have made by getting down here, that was right here. It's another 10 points higher. So they're looking at this naked volume point of control and this micro composite volume point of control up here, I guess. Go figure. I can tell you that I'm not going to try to get on this anywhere. I have no, how, why, you know? This is outer space as far as I'm concerned. And I'm not saying I'm right, I'm just saying it's the problem. That's the predicament I'm in. I've gotten to be pretty indoctrinated into the idea of only trading vetted trades, and until I can figure out how to get more vetted trades, I've got a limited playbook, and that's not a good thing. I'm not going to try to pick the top and do all that, even though it's a valid. That would be a valid short. Is this a long? Is this a pullback? You know, buy the dip? It was here. It was here. It was here. Is it here? Or is it going to suddenly fall on its ass and mean revert? Who knows? And I don't have any way of understanding what to do there. So I'm not going to try. Let's see if the buy the dip would have worked. We'll put a dip line on here and see if I can refrain from making a trade I didn't mean to. That's a danger that I probably didn't point out today. This column, active data column, is if you're scrolling up and down the prices, or like I want to move this line and get on the wrong side over here for whatever reason, there's an order or a trade on, whether I meant to or not. And I think typically what I do when I realize that I'm kind of not all with it here and thinking about that is I will choke it down to just the dome. Now, I'm not going to make a mistake over here, but I could easily make one over here and have done before. And you see any of these entry here, okay, so they're unit to ones. You're up here at the sixes, it's a mean reversion. You're neutral, so yahoo. Let her rip, or not. Yeah, that's what it is. Whoa, wrong damn. Well, using different mice and keyboards, I'm typing upside down and backwards and making mistakes everywhere. But yeah, that's exactly what happened. First of all, there was one down here before that. It says that Trump requested Netanyahu to ease bombing in Lebanon to help make negotiations better with Iran. That's the first pop. And then subsequently, just literally seconds or minutes later, this thing popped up. So it's a combination of both, I'm guessing. And, you know, good. That's a good thing. Not good for my trading necessarily because I wasn't on them, but yeah, for the world, I'll gladly take a backseat with my trading for the world to be a safer place. And you know, harmless people and children dying, so some impotent pencil neck and stroke his ego. right. Yeah, we're good. I'm starting to wonder why I'm not smelling wonderful things coming down, wafting down the hall here from the kitchen too. I may have to go in search of berries or something. All right. 40s, huh? Mm-hmm. Yeah. This little guy right here. And this blue line over here was just a hypothetical buy the dip. You know, I don't ever do that, but something's got to change. I want to be misleading there, but. And you see this liquidity is just chasing the move. I mean, this is just, you know, temporary. It's only been in the market 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just trying to stay on top of it. I guess that's an algorithm, maybe even, I don't know. Okay, eat a little fresh shrimp here and see if that doesn't get me some energy here. Wow, spicy sauce. Damn. So my the bar, I guess you would call this a bar, and I did a hypothetical long right here by the dip kind of deal, which would have been taken out right here with a stop, of course. I can't get them. I did not do either of those things, but you know what I mean. You get the point. Well, here is a classic bar setting up, and I wouldn't have any idea which way to go. I have completely conflicting ideas. So we broke out low, we tested back up. We come high, we test back down. We come down, we test back up. The market context is up now based on that news, but we're at 2 standard deviations. Are they going to mean revert it? Stupid. I can safely say I have no idea. Now looking over, oops, good shrimp all over the place. There's a feeding frenzy. Here's the bar. I guess breakout retest. It looks a little different here, you know. I don't know what to say. Don't know what to say. More bar. Not the kind with cocktail waitresses and the tinkle of ice cubes either, unfortunately. one of the things about bookmap drawing stuff that I'm not, for example, if I wanted to draw a megaphone, what I was going to draw is these lines. I don't know how you can do that. I think it's a horizontal line's a horizontal line, I think. That's what I thought. The drawing tools are really weird, or non-existent, or undeveloped, or pick one. This is a type of price action that I think really kills a lot of people because they can't. First of all, FOMO is just driving a whole bunch of them nuts. And then there's the top pickers that are just, going to be contrarian no matter what. They're sure they're going to make all that money back on the retest. I'm stuck on the fence. I feel both of those feelings, and whenever I find Monkey Boy zooming around in here in the office, I try to put him out in the backyard, and not act on it. And I realize that's, those are contradictory statements. They want to see the pullback, and they want to see the, they want to pick the top and grab the FOMO. So that's exactly the problem. Nobody, including me, maybe somebody knows which way it's going to go, but I sure as hell don't. Trying to figure out, these are singles. I'm just messing with the drawing tools because I'm a donut using them, and I. Hey, buddy. What's up, bud? You okay? What I'm talking about here are these marks, a string of singles at 54 and 30. All right, what happened? We're down to that first string of singles. Apparently. Wait a minute, what's going on? think that I too will step away here pretty quick. Yeah, I'm not doing anything except watching. Yeah, I think I'll step away from my midday walk, shower. Rest my eyes, that kind of thing. I typically will miss a good trade, but in reality, I am not fond at all of that RTH 2 area, the noon hour. I realize that there's the potential for a 12-to-1 strategy or statistic setup, and good. I find that when in a situation like this where there's a real heavy possibility of FOMO and, counter trend and stuff like that, I'd rather just step away and be disappointed that I didn't catch these moves down here than be a fool. So, I'll be right back. Well, you see how well that short would have worked, eh? So is this the the bar trade? What the hell do I know? I think that in this situation, looking short is not a good idea. It's 12 o'clock. This old cowboy's gonna go out for a walk. Let me know if you make $1 million. Okay, that was a long call I didn't expect, actually. I'm just back also. I haven't really seen what in the hell is going on, to be honest with you. I was on a real long call with my son, which is always great. They don't usually last such a long time. Where the hell are we now? Well, we've got... These are those singles. Did we get through them? Took out one set of them. But the big bunch at 30 we haven't taken out, apparently. Oh, we're still way up here banging off the tops. These little volume nodes holding everybody up there, looks like. I haven't looked at the news. And remember, there's a big thing, Trump and I don't know what happened. The Seven Dwarfs are getting together at 1500. I don't remember just what, but yeah, exactly. One of his cronies. Yeah, well, they're having a big get together at 3 o'clock, so 1500. So look at this shit. The Russian president's special envoys in the states meeting with Trump admin about Ukraine and economic cooperation. The last thing I see here at 1346, so that's 15 minutes ago. Here's this thing here. I don't know what the MAHA is, but that's what they're going to meet about. Mega Hat Association, I guess. I don't know. I could probably figure it out if I thought about it. Find out if I will. Excuse me. God damn. Well, the Power Hour. The Power Hour. Nothing going on over here, I'm pretty sure. Way above the IB. This is pretty funny. This is the IB high down here. Oh. 55, 21, 30 handles. 34 handles above the IB high right now. We're flopping around. This was one IB trade by the system today. That's all. Okay. I still haven't made that. I'm going to make that video about backtesting over this weekend so I can just put it in the description and not go through the same thing every day. But it's available to anybody who's, wants to see it. And by the way, thanks anybody that comes through. I appreciate it very much. Like, subscribe. That's really a big deal with YouTube, I guess. And contribute in the in the chat is really super. Having feedback and suggestions and whatever is really a great deal, actually. I'm assuming that the chat will come right on OBS again tomorrow. I wouldn't have any strategy that would be, and I have no vetted trade that's going to happen up here. So here I stand. Here's the IB high. Throw these price levels back on, I guess. Yeah, why bother? That's pretty. Now let me see something here. That's pretty crowded looking. I gotta make those changes to that tonight. Yeah, I'm not sure that we'd even 68.40s. Maybe that would be right back to the mid and the VWAP. That would be something that could be a possibility for sure. So here's that string of singles at 68.30 up to 47. I want to know what HAMA or whatever the hell that's called is. What is that even about? MAHA. Mergers and acquisitions? Nah. Something here. Let's go upstairs here and see what I can find. Darn it. It's health and education, I guess. White House, government, New York Times, MAHA, Mothers About Health and something or another. Oh, this is some crazy, or I don't know. Oh, why didn't I think about it? It's Make America Healthy Again. Oh, well, there you go. Why didn't I think of that? Make America healthy again. Mega mothers and everybody. Good. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good. What America needs to do to be healthy is start working out, exercising, and eating good food. It's pretty obvious. And I'll bet you that Trump in particular hasn't done any of those things in the last 30 years, from the looks of him. I guess he does golf, but he just rides around in a cart, steps out, whacks a ball, and takes off. So yeah, make America healthy again. Okay, well that's what they're going to be meeting for. That's what the company is up to. The cabinet. Yeah, I think a lot of what's been happening lately is a cleanup campaign in the overnight. That's why I don't know whether you've noticed it or, come on, man, on the right window. Boy, this back to using one or two wireless mice is getting me all confused. This thing right here, this chart here is Asia. Well, let me see here. This is Asia high and low, London high and low, and New York. I've just been watching these things in the 4 hour. It's a 4 hour time frame. This is pretty crazy looking session prices on the 4 hour. But this is a lot of the stuff has been happening when we take out the liquidity of one or the other, you know. They're cleaning up a lot of stuff on the overnights, and typically, I'm sure you're aware or have noticed, as have I, that if we're if we're banging around on the top up here somewhere and the auction doesn't look like it's necessarily finished, or up here, and then we go into the overnight, it generally will continue on in that direction, or maybe a brief pullback and then take off again. But yeah, I sort of like looking at this chart here. That's the last 24 hours here. Why is this not happening? Oh. Why? Oh, I know why. I forgot about that. This is the weekly profile. Yeah, so that's an interesting chart nowadays that I like to look at. Well, yeah, make America healthy again. Wow. God, do they have somebody lay awake nights making this shit up or what? God damn. And the head of health education and whatever it's called, Kennedy, he says he's not afraid of germs. He snorts coke off toilet seats. I mean, this son of a bitch. It's like a Saturday Night Live thing sometimes. Some of the stuff I read, I wonder, did this guy really say that? It's just amazing, you know? It looks like a Saturday Night Live parody or something. Maybe mothers get their kids to all snort coke off toilet seats, I guess. I don't know. That's what the man leading the department is up to. So he says, or was up to. Well, this is all on that story in Lebanon, and then now this. I don't really know what to think about anything else. Mm-hmm. Now, what I did there was just remove the capability of this thing from trailing up on T1, trailing to entry. And so now this would be the back test of that straight up opening range thing exactly as it's put forward. The only thing that I have here is I do have an opening range limit. If the opening range is greater than 40 points, it's limited from entering a trade there, which isn't something that I remember in the description of the guy, but anyway. So, in 500 days, 600 days, 338,354 bars. It nets $540 with a maximum daily adverse excursion of $436 and a positive excursion of $341. This is a page that I find meaningful. For example, right here is 5 consecutive winners in a row and 7 consecutive losers. Average loser is $94. Largest losing trade is $536. Largest winning trade is $318, and the average winner is $138. 86. Here's the key. 86 winning trades and 120 stops. Now, the difference between 86 and 120, which is 206, from the total number of trades, 213 or 239 here, so 33 trades are scratched. That doesn't look to me like a strategy that I would want to build a career on. And the only thing that I have not done, as I said before, that I will do is put it on the NQ. Because I will say, I've never seen anybody who says this works do it on anything except the NQ or the Qs. And here's the outcome of each one of those 800 trades, or however many it was. Oh yeah, I think it's just so amazing to me that nobody, and I'm sure there, internet's a big place. There's probably, I'm certainly not saying I've been all, seen all, and done all, but man, it seems like I've done an awful lot of these. And pretty dismal performance. I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway, we're at the bottom of the hour here in a minute. I will do the kind of the market recap for the day. And then there's, what is going on here now? Here we are. And then the session, the stream will be coming down. I close the stream typically at 1500, which is the cash close. Yeah, maybe. You never know. Timed around a news release, maybe that's what their trick is. I don't know. No. That maybe they've decided, or, somebody told them to start dropping news after the RTH. I don't know. I don't know what to think about it anymore. It's like, I wish it was just, I wish I didn't have to think about it. I wish I could come up with a way that I was in and out quick, enjoy watching the market the rest of the time, and had my bag and was on, early. I don't care if I don't care if I have to get up every day at the London Open. It wouldn't matter to me. But this is, we're getting nowhere quick. I'm not seeing anybody make any money at Statistic either. I mean, nobody's posting anything. The last post was after I posted the screen snap of this Israeli deal in Lebanon, and that's, Harry commented, "Wow," and that's it. It was 11:23 this morning, Central Standard Time. I don't think anybody's having any, I'm sure somebody in the TLab or some, maybe Furs or somebody's really active and cleaning them up, I hope. But I have a hard time if I go back there now to read up through all that stuff. It's hard to catch the thread, for me to get in the theme because some of the threads go on for a while and are a whole bunch of new people that I don't recognize. So there are new names that I'm not sure about what to think or whatever, you know. Not saying that it's bad or good. I'm just saying I don't know. And for me, it's, you know, I'm busy enough trying to see what I'm doing here, let alone keep up with somebody else. In that kind of an environment. And I'll say something else too. I don't know. You don't have Bookmap anymore, but after the market, I open up Bookmap and replay, you know, and grab a day and try to just do a IB trade or one of these, looking at these bar things. I can't get consistent profitability even on replay. I don't know whether something's happened in my brain or what, but I would think, you know, used to be able to just open it up and kind of click here and click there and end up with, you know, 100 ticks or something like that. Struggle. And like now I think about entering a trade and I'm struggling thinking, you know, looking to make 25 ticks or something and being all excited. Well, that's, you know, feeling some dopamine that's a good trade. What the maximum 60 ticks seems so insignificant. And that's just 12 handles. You know, think about that. That's from here, right there. So right there. That move right there is the two both profit targets. It seems so insignificant in comparison to the market movements. It's just really, I don't quite understand what happened. To me, I guess. I'm not saying to somebody else or to the market, but now here Antonio's going to retire now. He's getting this BPOC migration. That's the first one all day, except for this square dance they had going on over here after the Open. Since 10 o'clock. That's pretty amazing. And we're finally able to migrate the POC up there. Oh, wrong goddamn window. Sorry about that. I don't see the stream changing windows. What's going on here? Somehow the stream got put on pause. I don't know how the hell I managed to do that, but that's not... On my machine was put on pause, not on OBS. So I'm assuming that you've been seeing and hearing this, but at least what I've been watching up above has not been. That sucks. Come on, man, what's going on here? Wow, that's painful. What I was talking about was the, my 2-lot trade would just be from here, 12 ticks, 12 handles. They're there. And that would be 2 of those a week. Happy guy. I mean, not, let's say maintenance free. Maintenance. Sometimes I think about just and some of these kind of moves just do a YOLO. But and here's that VPOC migration. Now here we go. Here's 63. So what we need is we probably won't get to 85, but you never know. That would be the right there is the 85, 75. Right there is more than enough for the risk neutral. If we get over this hump and bang it up here one more time, it would be to both profit targets. That's crazy. All right, well, so here we are at the big bottom of the hour. The MAHA cabinet meeting is going to be with POTUS is going to be at 1500. Here is what we've done so far today. There's the trouble we've been able to get into. This was all based on the this potentially great news that Israel's gonna stop bombing everybody they can find, particularly Lebanon. And then in the hold. It is a bizarre deal, isn't it? It's bizarre to me when I just myself at night. I always try to do at least 2 replays, and I go back. Like for example, there's no way I could objectively, without prejudice, look at today tonight, for example. So I have a big list of these things for years, and I just go back somewhere and grab one, and without even looking at the date, I just hit it and open it up and then trade it. And that's the only way I can do it without some sort of prejudice, or even though I can barely remember what I had for breakfast, seems like I can remember what the market was doing, Anyway, yeah, it's pretty weird. So here's today. Going ahead with a little bit of the market, the recap here. This is IRT, in case you don't know, or you're new. This is my charting package. If you look at the header here of every IRT chart, or each one of these windows is the name, who cares, but the instrument, the type of chart, periodicity, and the session. And then there's a watermark if you can see that. These are the micros. ES, NQ, micro ES, micro composite chart, which is my version of a high time frame, sort of as is the market profile chart. But the market profile chart here, I just leave it minis. I don't change it back and forth. I don't see the need. I'm interested in singles and that kind of thing. So the micro profile chart here, as I said, my mini ES, 1 day, it's a daily chart. MES, daily chart, daily candles, and then it's the RTH session. So each one of these is a day. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, like here, and that generates this high and low volume nodes with these red and green lines represent. and the micro composite VPOC, and of course high and low, etc. Now the values for the red and green lines here are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. So we had a big gap. We haven't closed the gap. Tonight I will pull a new volume profile around these two because they overlap. Right or wrong, I think it's important for me and for the stream, continuity for people that come by or whatever else that may or may not be interested to have it be consistent. I'm sure there's different ways people do the micro composite, but I figure if I do it the same way every time, I'll understand what I'm doing. And that's where we're going. Let's see what happened here. We were at about 58% volume this morning, really low. We've only gotten up to 77%. And we're at 2.25 points, 5 ticks. I'm sorry, 10 ticks, 11 ticks. ATR in a 1 minute bar. And this is percent of average volume looking back 20 days at this time. These are some of the testing strategies I've been working on. This is the opening range fiasco that we've yet to find any of these guys online that has one that works. And believe me, I am 100% approach it positively, hoping I will find one. This is the initial balance trade, which I built. So there's that. And this has to do with the post, market wrap up particularly, but there you are. And then all importantly are the news things. So here is the Saudi ministry attacks also expanded major refineries, including Did they ever iron out the story about Israel keeps blowing up Lebanon? And that's part, that is breaking. That is breaking the ceasefire agreement, supposedly. Yeah, here we go. So let's get over to the first news source that I typically use, which is investing.com. Traditional economic numbers and reports. You don't see anything about the MAGA or MAHA or whatever meetings or any of that stuff in here, ever. If there's a State of the Union or some big speech that's scheduled well in advance, they will put it in here, of course. That it may have market-moving things, of course they do. But anyway, these are, first of all, can be filtered in it from any report you want, time zone, whatever. It's free. You can tell by all the beautiful ads flying around here. My theory about these free versions is that anybody that comes by the stream can easily access the same resources that I'm talking about. Tomorrow, we look forward to what? Well, we've got CPI. Ooh, core CPI. Now, this is one of the 4 events which precipitates in Michigan, and we got lots of them. This is CPI is one of the few that precipitates the raising of the intraday interest rate margin rates. We had a couple of them earlier in the week because of all of this, shenanigans going on in the Middle East and Iran. But this is well scheduled long in advance. So there you go. And these happen if you're trading on a live broker and don't know this. You probably better figure it out. This interest rate will go from typical day rate margin to let's say on the micros, it go for $40 margin per lot to 5,000, which is 25% of. I'm sorry, 2,600. 5% of. Hold on. What happens when old guys get sleepy? Pick on me. I'm old. Yeah, it would be 25% is $594 on a micro from $40. These are margin requirements, account requirements. And thereby, the minis are, say, $5,945, and NASDAQ is 8,500 bucks. And that starts at 1,700 tonight and goes continuous through these releases tomorrow. And then at some point they roll the margin back. The other news source that I use, something else that I forgot to mention here. You notice how the event title turns to a URL? If you don't know what the core CPI is, you can click that link and let's see what it says. I don't know. Maybe it'll tell me to piss up a rope. It tells you who it's put out by, something about it. You can read more about it. Here's the latest releases. There's the data about them. There's, various commentary about these releases. So that's how it works. And that I appreciate that. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice. And this has got a squawk box affair here. You can see what's kind of a running thing. But the real reason I keep Financial Juice or started using it was they do pull these kinds of events into the calendar. Now, I would never know about this from investing.com. But here it is, and it's been pulled in today. Now, perfectly fine that the cabinet and president are going to have a meeting about mothers, whatever it is. It's something to do with health anyway. I forget. An acronym like MAGA, only different. Oh, Make America Healthy Again. That's what it is. And that's perfectly fine. But the reason they pull it into Financial Juice is, as I talked about in the pre-market, we as day traders today are really just risk managers. Your main job as a day trader in this world is to preserve your account and to grow it. And you do that by risk management, more so than strategies and entry times and entry places and all that stuff. It's really about risk management. How are you going to, and if you have any project management skills or anything like that, you know that one of the first things project manager does is make a risk assessment report or identify the risks that could happen to your project. And our project is risk management trading, right? So you want to identify any risk and have a risk mitigation plan. Well, you can't mitigate risk if you don't know what it is or where it's going to happen. So it's really important to know these things are coming up, irregardless of political anything. Got nothing to do with politics. It's got to do with the possibility that this could have a negative effect on our auction. Now, this is really fortunate because it's at 1,500. So it's not going to have anything to do with our cash market. The stream will be closed and that's that. But that's the why for Financial Juice. And in a little bit at 1450, we will have the market on close imbalance right over here in the squawk box. So that's and tomorrow's going to be CPI. That's an inflationary number. All eyes are going to be on that. Michigan number is a big one. For some reason, it's always just 2 stars, but Michigan number usually always has market moving potential right here. So tomorrow is going to be another exciting risk day. Jesus, tits. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I assume SL is stop loss. Yeah, I don't ever move as you've seen the few trades. I mean, I always trade everything transparently, as anybody here in the stream knows. And here on Bookmap, and they're plotted quite, you can't possibly miss how Bookmap does them. And let's see if I can find a recent one here. I made all those copies of those different bar trades, and now that just covered up everything. I'm way off. I mean, I'm way behind on any of the other stuff. Let me see if I can find one. I should keep one of these just out and segregate it as a. I'm trying to find one in the library here of thing. Yeah, that's one. That's not the one I was looking for. Well, this is, I guess, is good enough for the purposes of this wrap up. This is how Bookmap plots a trade. There's the entry is that purple thing indicating a short. There's T1. There's T2. You can see it was an opportune. This is a initial balance continuation trade based on the setup here that I use. And this is a bad picture, I'm sorry. And you see the green line is break even, and that was the stop. So I got two targets. And here's a complete breakdown of what happened with oh, I'm sorry, I did not. I trailed the stop and got, because here would be T2. I'm sorry. And here, then I also always make a screen snap of this, which gives a complete breakdown in microseconds and everything else about the trade. So there's no question about how I, manage the trades, anticipate the trade. One of the things, let me say this, one of the things that's really pleasant about only trading vetted trades, for example, the initial balance trade, I know that there are three rules. There's an A, a B, and a trigger. Okay? Now, unfortunately, when I restarted, the signal markers went away, but I think there might be maybe over here. Well, not really, but you see, these are what signal markers would look like. Anyhow, there's an A, a B, and a trigger. So nothing is a surprise. You know what A is, you know what B is, and you know what the trigger is. So you can anticipate the trade setting up well in advance. And I do, and I discuss it here on the stream. And then if and when it gets A and then B and then the trigger, Bob's your uncle, and I enter the trade. And it is graphed here and it plays out. I never move my stop away from entry. I do trail it up for risk, for trade management. But yeah, so you've got to be transparent that way. Yeah. And that's what you have to do. And one of the things I think where I'm falling short here lately is getting burned on those consecutive losses in a row and, death by 1,000 cuts. It's well known that if you actually go through and do the work to back test and have a vetted trade, that you are a fool for adding discretion. You've got to take every instance of that particular strategy that presents itself. Now, I did that without even thinking about it until the back tested or the data number of consecutive stops exceeded what the data said. Now that's way up here someplace, but here are the here's these, each one of these lines is a back test, by the way. Well, here is the MAFE, and here are the consistent stop, consistent winners and consecutive stops. Well, once this was exceeded, that's when you should not make any changes until all these parameters, win rate, R factor, all that stuff, consecutive winners, consecutive losers, until one of these values is breached, everything is within parameters. So you just keep trading the trade. You keep trading the setup. I got that way, and I did exceed consecutive losses. So I stopped. I thought, well, what happened here? And I've made a couple of changes. Now I need to go back again and see what happened. But I just can't afford to stand here and, die by 1,000 cuts. I'm not sure what to do exactly. be absolutely honest about it. And this is my personal account. This is my money that funded this account. And I don't have the ability to do it, to test it with SIM. That's why I'm trying to do over here the back testing and then trade them out in replay. I've actually even thought about, I think I still may have one or something back, prop top step account things. I maybe, because I can do the same thing. I can power both of all of this charting through Rhythmic exactly the same way. And then it would be a prop firm SIM, but with the possibility of being able to make some money as opposed to just SIM when it's just nothing and never going to be anything but nothing. I don't know. I'm got to think long and hard about that, actually. Advice is always welcome. Remember that this stream is my virtual trading journal. So what I'm looking at is captured on the monitors by the video. Let me put it that way. And what I'm thinking at the time is it, gets into the stream by my voice here, my narration. So there's no implied or intended my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing, and any suggestions are greatly welcome. Any feedback, whatever. And I completely missed the market on close imbalance, and you can tell one of the reasons. Look at there. Didn't do jack. Not so much as a hiccup. Let's see what happened in Wally World over here. Jesus. There you go. Yesterday was huge. Yesterday these were billions. Today it's 555 million buy side, 845 million buy, 41 million buy, and 306 million buy side. Yesterday they were 2.9 billion, 2,900 million. I mean, every time I see those numbers and read them, I think I kind of chuckle into myself for, how egotistical are we as day traders to think, oh, they're hunting my stops, baby, Yeah. Now, of course they do. They don't hunt your stop. They don't care who you are. The market has no clue who you are. But the futures market is a zero-sum game. For every winner, for every contract, there's a buyer and a seller. Means for every, you buy right here thinking it's going there, the guy that bought the other side of that wants it to go this way. That's the way the market works. There's no possibility of ever having more buyers than sellers or vice versa. So it's really important to understand that every trade you make, somebody's on the other side of that as a counterparty, and they're rooting just as hard as you are for it to go against you as you are for it to go against them. And do you care who that other counterparty is when you get a winning trade? You don't even give it another thought, I'm sure, and neither do they. But what I believe we need to recognize as retail day traders is who's got the money. Every time one of these is going up, right? Buy. Oh my God, we're going to the moon. Buy. Who's been selling to all of those people? Who's sitting right up here with a whole bunch of sell inventory down here? Can you afford to do that? And how do you suppose that guy's going to make money? The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. That's the whole name of it, I think. Or at least that's what I've figured out. And those people that come to work for those other companies that can have all that money, or those algorithms even more so now, they say 75 to 80% of all market traffic and counterparty traffic is algorithmic. Makes decisions in, I don't know what's less than a nanosecond, but something. Picosecond maybe, I don't know. They don't make mistakes. They don't go to lunch. They don't get tired. you know? They don't get, they didn't have a fight with their girlfriend or their wife, you know what I mean? So when we come to work, we better be on our A game and in our best shape and everything else, because the other side of the coin, every time you make a trade, the other side of that is likely somebody with real deep pockets. If it's a person, a trader person, it's somebody with a real high education and a lot of backup depth behind them, a whole floor of programmers somewhere working out an algorithm. So it's the A game, and we really have to be on it. And I think that's why so many people rightfully say, but probably deceitfully allude to the fact that they figured out a way to align themselves with those guys. I don't know. It would be great to always be on the side of whoever's the big winner, and not the retail people, I guess. The 5% rather than the 95%, but I don't know how that works. I don't know how to get there consistently. All right. Take care, Anton. Oh, damn, I can't talk. Take care. See you tomorrow. Talk to you tomorrow. And we're going to shut this mess down in a minute and a half, and that is going to be great. Get outside, get some fresh air. Figure out what's going to happen with this charting. Get away from the next goofiness that's going to come out of the Make America Healthy Again cabinet coalition. Boy. Yeah, I don't know what to think or do. And then it's going to be elevated margins, so there's that. 30 seconds. Remember, the stream is every trading day at 8:30 in the morning until 1500. For the interest of transparency and accountability, no trades taken off the stream at all, ever. All taken live and documented for all the world to see. So there you go. And 10 seconds. Bingo, bango, bongo. 7 hours, boys and girls. I will be back tomorrow morning at 0800, assuming everything is normal. I'll restart my stuff tonight so that OBS maybe comes back up okay. And thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. Like, subscribe, drop something in the chat always. It's really appreciated. It's really, you can't imagine the help. It's a lonely or a solitude business. So being able to chat and talk with people that are on the same wavelength and thinking about the same things is really helpful. And I'm wide open for suggestions. If you've got some great way of trading there, you think, hey, dude, you're out of your mind. Do this. This is what I do, and it works pretty well. Well, I'm all to hear that. I'd be eternally grateful to you. So have a great rest of your day. Get out and do something healthy. Rest your eyes. Do some pull-ups or sit-ups or chase, your significant other around a block.